more information before doing that, that should be voiced before taking a vote. Like, nobody should ever feel forced to cast a vote, or that they needed more information and couldn't make that. I think those should be addressed prior to votes being cast. I think as it relates to dictating to the city manager how a budget should be presented to council, given our current charter, when you start saying that they need to come present and share their goals and their objectives, now that could be what a very good city manager, that type information needs to be, it will require a vote of council, and potentially, and we look into it, I literally just pulled this up while we were sitting here. So I'm a lawyer by practice, but not up here as a mayor. I'm just a mayor. That's why we have city attorneys. That is something that I think they would need to look into to determine if council is making those dictates. Does that fall within our current charter, or do we need to have an amendment, or do we allow this to rest at the operational level, which is anticipated by our current charter provisions, and have conversations with the city manager about expectations and get some agreement and consensus around that, so that he or she could present the budget in the way that they feels rises to the level of accountability that this council is requiring. And so I don't know if there's an ask for us to do anything tonight. Based upon what Ms. Jessie just shared, they are still in the process of having meetings with directors to be able to present a budget to us in April by the second meeting, which is required by our charter. And then generally, after we get that after the second meeting, we have a presentation at our first meeting in May where the city manager basically gives us a presentation of what they put in the budget that they've already provided to us. There's a public hearing, and so the current charter says that we can amend or start having those discussions after the public hearing. And so, again, there may be ways to get to where there's a desired goal of the majority of this council, if not unanimous, around how we do that with the current charter we have, or having legal talk with staff to figure out whether a charter amendment is needed. Tonight, discussion, there's been input. Councilmember Ziegler, anything else?
Yeah, I would just like to say that, I don't think it really matters if we have an interim city manager or if we have a permanent city manager. We really need to know what's in the budget, because we currently have a budget of $210 million. We're spending a lot of money, and it seems like nothing is happening. We deserve to know what's going on. And so I would propose that we move this to the next council meeting in March, which is after NLC. That is the 17th, March 17th. So then we can get some maybe more clarity on legally what we're able to do and not. And then we can tussle it out then and go from there.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I ask that the Councilwoman Ziegler consider putting this on a work session. I do think it's appropriate to have the conversation, and the appropriate time is during a work session and not a council meeting, because this discussion, it holds up the business of the people. You have people that want to give public comments, and people can come, and the work sessions are televised too. So the message would get out, but it gives us more time to really discuss the issue. So I ask that you consider putting this on a work session agenda.
I think the reason why the suggestion, Councilman Butler, for it is the third meeting in March is because we won't have the March 10th work session because the majority of council will be at NLC. So this meeting on the 17th is supposed to be the combined work items that really need work session and agenda items, but understand it's going to be a really long meeting. But I think that's why the mention was for the third meeting in March, because this month the majority of us will be at NLC. I think I know for me, when I get my budget book, I go through it. While there is definitely a concept of budgeting called priority-based budgeting, I think I shared back in 2018 after attending a session at NLC. There was discussion with previous city managers about it. One of our previous budgets was supposed to be in that format. Priority-based budgeting does include community input. It helps you build your budget around your priorities as they're established. And I think that is definitely still another area we should look at, and probably could get some technical assistance from NLC around that. But, I would hate to, but it's hard for me to believe that last year, the first meeting of June, when a budget was adopted, that people did not read the budget as it was presented to us, which is in a department-by-department format with revenues, expenses, line items, descriptions. And while every organization, I don't care how successful the organization is, strives to continue to improve, so I'm not suggesting that this can't be a part of continuous improvement, but, to suggest that budgets are being approved without being aware of what departments are recommending, the current budget does provide that. It is lengthy. It has a number of different line items. It's organized by revenues for all departments, and it's expenditures for all departments, and the format can be a little tricky if you're not familiar with it. I'm in my 12th year, and so maybe the level of familiarity may be a little different, but I don't want it to be suggested that people are approving budgets without knowing what's in them, when every council member is provided the budget book by no later than the second meeting in April, which is basically the third Monday in April. And so at this point, Madam, I was looking over there, I forgot you were in here. Madam Clerk, it's been asked that this be placed on the March 17th agenda, as that's going to be a work session and council meeting combined. That could add to the length of the meeting, but we'll be able to get some updates then from staff, from legal, as we move forward. All right, other lights on. And the reason I made the comment about the interim, we all know that the previous interim was never meant to be permanent. And having decisions being made by someone that could impact the ongoing future of the city is definitely different than having an interim who's in place now, who is a director within the city, and we're on the brink of hiring a city manager. So I think there was a stark difference last year, especially given the decisions that had to be made about the interim that we did have. So next up is a presentation around the photo voice exhibits at City Hall. We received a request later this afternoon to have someone come and share with council this initiative and where it will be, and Divide. Did I say it right? Divide is here to share with us this evening.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Divide Miles. I have been a decade-long resident in East Point in Ward A, and I am a member of the Health Equity Community Advisory Board for the City of East Point. Thank you for having me. On behalf of the board and Morehouse School of Medicine, I'm here to announce the upcoming Photo Voice exhibit preview that will be launching this Wednesday, March 5th, here at City Hall. Afterwards, the full exhibit will be launching on Thursday, March 25th, and we would love for East Point residents to come out and just forge some deep connections with the beautiful photos that we will have on display. For a little bit of more context into what the Photo Voice exhibit actually is, in 2021, Morehouse School of Medicine partnered with the City of East Point for advancing health equity through policy in East Point, Georgia, which is a project that's funded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. This project will conclude actually in June, so we're focusing on sharing the story of our East Point residents and our journey throughout the project. Throughout last year, the Morehouse policy by using social change, and we actually had an East Point photographer, Ms. Shonda Scott, who captured the images that described the answers to those questions. On August 23rd, 2024, these photos were exhibited in the Arts Exchange during an intimate community event, and the new exhibit on March 25th will pretty much be reimagined, having a smaller number of photos to allow residents who come to the exhibit to connect a little bit more deeply with each photo that's on display. After that, 5 photos will be framed and permanently installed in different locations across the city of East Point. The 5 photos that will be displayed were selected by the Community Advisory Board, and we'll actually share more details at a later time regarding where they will be installed. I thank you all so much for your time, and I encourage everybody to come out and see the Photo Voice exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Divide. There were no. I do have a question. You said March 5th at City Hall. What time will it launch here?
I'm so sorry. I thought I said that.
I may have missed it.
I think it's, let me just double check because I thought I mentioned it. So the City Hall preview exhibit is going to be March 5th through the 21st. You can view it Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So that's for the City Hall preview exhibit.
Gotcha.
When we move it to the full exhibit in Arts Exchange, that will be from March 25th through April 8th. And the viewing for those times will be Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then the permanent exhibits will start after April 8th. And again, the location of those exhibits is to be determined, so we'll make sure to share that information once we have it.
Well, thank you so much for being a member of our Advancing Health Equity Community Advisory Board. Thank you for your service, and to everyone who serves on that board, thank you all for ensuring that we continue to share this Photo Voice exhibit, which really captures the heart and soul of our community, as well as our journey towards health equity. So thank you for bringing this tonight to share with us, and we look forward to those exhibits being displayed. And I'm sure you all are probably already in contact with our communications department so we can cross-promote and make sure that we're getting the word out about when they will be and where they will be and how people can, really enjoy these exhibits. So thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. So we'll have the full plan, and as you continue to work with our communication department and city manager around ongoing promotions throughout.
Thank you so much, and I really do hope that you all are able to go see the Photo Voice exhibit and kind of show what our community is saying as far as health equity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, any committee reports from any persons on the Budget and Finance Committee or the Council Human Resources Committee? Next up is adoption of council agenda. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Shropshire.
I make a motion that we adopt the council agenda.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is approval of city council minutes
Madam
from
Mayor,
the February 16th meeting.
I make a motion that we approve the city council regular meeting minutes from February the 17th.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up this evening, we do not have any public hearings. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We have 7 public comments.
Thank you. Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenities shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the first speaker.
Up first, we have Ms. Ernestine Pittman, and she had time given to her by Mr. Willie Jackson, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Press the button right there. Press that button on the mic. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Ernestine D. Queen Pittman, and I'm here representing our resident, Willie Jackson, 16-year resident, retired veteran. He resides at 2424 Greenwood Circle. But before I continue with why I'm representing him, I must say that your attorney over here, Ms. Sheriff Freeman, graduated from my Brownie troop. So I want to know that, but she's professional enough not to let that get in our way. Okay. Now, tonight I'm here with Mr. Jackson because he has a sinkhole on his property, and the city has sent out the engineer who has written up the problem, the resolution to the problem, and presented that to Mr. Jackson. And that's why I'm here tonight, because Mr. Jackson wants to repeal the financial portion of that. The city says the charge to be $9,000, and they want him to pay $3,000 and the city $6,000. And he is desirous of having an appeal. However, there is no appeal board for us to go to. Public Works and Services, Chapter 2, Article E, Stormwater Management Ordinance, Sections 8-2424, Administrative Appeal and Judicial Review. A states, Administrative Appeal. Any person aggrieved by a decision or determination of the Director, Department of Public Works, shall appeal in writing within 30 days after the issuance of such decision, or determination to the mayor and council or their designee, and shall be entitled to a hearing within 45 days of receipt of the written appeal. At the time this stormwater ordinance was passed, the council decided we did not want to sit on the appeal. We made provisions in the ordinance for mayor and council each to appoint a resident who will act as the appeals board that would be trained like the Civil Service Board is trained, and be represented by the Civil Service Board attorney. That can be found in the discussion leading up to the adoption of the ordinance from two general administrations, the late Joe Macon and mine. I signed it. I know it. It came to petition over a period of 3 years, and we were very deliberate. We wanted every resident to know that no employee would have the last word over whether or not your property would be condemned or cause harm to the community because of your inability to pay based on a stormwater problem that you did not incur because of your actions. So we have 45 days. We know you don't have a board set up for this. They haven't been trained through the civil service process. So we're going to give you a little time for that. But that sinkhole in his yard is getting bigger. Something needs to be done about that. So I think 3 weeks' notice, that'll give you time at your next council meeting to appoint these people, one from each council member, And please don't go stacking from one ward, because we have sinkholes in every ward in this city, and the residents need to have fair, just representation from across the city. So we're going to give you to, you want to start in April, Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
April would be fine, he said. Okay? All right. Now, I want to commend you all in talking about the budget tonight, but there are some things that I like to say because I was on the budget review committee, the charter review committee when I was budget chair, and these questions that some of you asked came up. You cannot do home rule on any relationship between the council and the city manager. We have a council-manager form of government. The city manager has to present a budget book, a presentation to the council, that he is saying, this is what I have gone through, got information from the different departments, and this is what I am recommending to you. However, as was pointed out, council members need to have some kind of role in this budget other than just looking at it printed. That format has to be in keeping with the state of Georgia. The numbers on there throughout the state, they all correspond. You look at one of those budgets, you're looking at the same outline with different information on there based on what it is you want. The budget committee has the authority to call in the city manager, who's already present, and as many directors at a meeting to go over that budget. At that time, council members who can be present there can do that. We used to have 3 special budget commissioners meetings. That way, we could cover all the departments without overloading one. And we let it be known which ones you want to talk to, so they come in with the city manager. And the city manager is the one to whom you direct your questions. That person that spoke. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. I'll be back. But that is how it's to be done. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Michael Crute, and he had time given to him by Mr. Justin Anderson, so he'll have 6 minutes as well.
Good evening. Ms. Ernestine, thank you so much for that, because I guess most of my comments are also on the budget as well. I think as a resident, I live at 3292 Bachelor Street. Knowing and having been privy to some of the mishandling that has happened previously, I think as a resident, it's one of the most important things for us to be able to have trust and faith in our governance, that there is a higher degree and a higher level of accountability across the board in terms of transparency, in terms of knowing and being able to go to you and ask questions so that you guys can give us actual information as to what is actually happening with our tax dollars, how things are improving. Because as a resident, contributing to this community and not seeing anything happening, it brings up a lot of questions, and those questions typically spiral into what is going on, and it does not present a good picture or a good light for anyone on the city council. So I would just say to Councilwoman Ziegler's proposal, I know that there are charters and different things that you guys have to abide by legally, and those are discussions that you guys will have amongst yourselves. However, something that Mayor Ingram did mention was rising to the level of accountability, and I think that across the board the level of accountability has to go much higher than what has previously been displayed over the last several years. As a governing body for a large swath of a very diverse population here in the city of Atlanta, I do believe that it is not only your obligation, but it is your responsibility to find a way to enhance and increase communication across the board. I know that governing is a hard job. I understand that leadership is not something that anyone, necessarily jumps at for the servitude aspect of it. But as elected officials, we elected you for a reason, and we expect that you all show up in a way that is deserving of the the privilege that you guys have been given to sit here and to govern our body. That is all that I have to say, but thank you for the proposal of the budget. I would love to see some increased transparency, increased accountability, and I would also love to see greater investment from everybody up here to have something of substance to contribute that could benefit the entire community at large. So, thank you.
I'll reclaim my time.
Just for the record, it was 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, so I'll just start him at his 3 minutes. And that would...
Can you, Madam Assistant Deputy City Attorney, can you look at the public comment rule? I know it says you can give up to 3 minutes to another speaker. I don't know if it talks about reclamation.
Yes, Madam Mayor. 1 second. Let me go to that section.
It provides that speakers may give all or a part of their time, so up to 3 minutes. What time did you say he stopped speaking?
He stopped at 3:38, so he hadn't finished his first 3 minutes.
Did you reset the clock, or you just paused it?
Oh, I stopped it.
Okay, so 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
No. I mean, he had 3:38 left.
Oh, 3:38 left. I'm
like
sorry.
It still would have been 38 seconds of his, and then the other 3 minutes from Mr. Anderson. So I could just start Mr. Anderson.
So then he has 3 minutes.
Correct.
He doesn't have the 38.
No, I said 3 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Justin Anderson, 3292 Bachelor Street, Eaton Park. Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for being here this evening. A few things I wanted to address. Obviously, the through line that we keep hearing is city manager, city manager, city manager, city manager. We do not have one. And as I asked 2 weeks ago, and I know you can't respond, when will we have one? It's no disrespect to Miss Jessie, but this is not the role that she should be inhabiting. Regarding previous interim city managers, I think that's what we're all understanding as constituents, is that's where the accountability is lacking with this city. We don't have anyone who is qualified to be in this position to be the spokesperson for the departments as city. Therefore, we have no knowledge of what's actually happening in that. Secondly, and this is coming up in just a few moments as it relates to those outrageously inflated electric bills for a lot of constituents around the city. I went to go pay my bill today at customer care. Guess what was down? The entire credit card system. You could not use your credit card or debit card to make a payment across the entire city today. So I ask interim city manager that anybody who could potentially be incurring a late fee, which would be me and others, that be waived, because I don't have a checkbook. Who has checks anymore? I don't have the margin in my day to go to a bank and make a cash withdrawal to come back to customer care and pay my utility bill. So that is on the city, that's not on the constituents, so that's something that I would like to draft into that communication coming up in this next agenda item as well. Going back to the budget, $210 million, are you kidding me? Where? Where are we seeing that utilized in the city? With litter all over the streets, with derelict streets themselves. You're shaking your head as if it's not a true thing. Councilwoman Shropshire, it's true. It's absolutely true. You can walk the streets in Egan Park and see it. You can see it in Center Park. You can see it in Jefferson Park. It's all over. And so you can wag your head in disbelief all you want, but it's true. I also want to touch again on decorum, as I spoke about 2 weeks ago. The disdain, Dr. Martin Rogers, that you seem to have for some of your colleagues is pretty appalling. I don't think that you're fooling anyone in this room when you guys have these looks of, I don't even know how to describe it, it's discord. There's a spirit of discord in this room every time that I walk in, and it's not a peaceful feeling as a resident of this city. And so I wish you all well. I'll continue to be a voice of one crying in the wilderness. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Dr. Japare Hemming, and she had time given to her by Ms. Aisha Johnson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Japare Hemming of 2197 Penrose Drive. Like many people across this country and right here in East Point, I've been watching in horror as the Republican-controlled House, Senate, and presidency push an agenda that will devastate our families, neighbors, and our community. The decisions being made at the federal level are not just national. They have real, devastating consequences that will hit us right here at home. On Tuesday, February 25th, the House passed a budget resolution that will give massive tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans while slashing $2 trillion from essential programs. That means deep cuts to health care and other critical services that many of us rely on. One of the most alarming parts of this plan is the attack on Medicaid. If successful, it will cut $880 billion from Medicaid, jeopardizing the health care for those with low income, our seniors, and people with disabilities. Georgia already operates a limited Medicaid program because the state refused to expand coverage. That means when this funding is cut, we won't expect to see the state fill the gap. Here in East Point, there are approximately 7,900 people enrolled in Medicaid. That is 7,900 of our neighbors, people we see at the grocery store, parents who drop their kids off at school, and seniors who have spent their lives contributing to this city. What happens when they can't make their medical bills? What happens when they can't get their medicine? What happens when they can't see a doctor? People are going to have to make some impossible choices here soon. And the harm doesn't stop there. The budget plan also proposes to cut significant SNAP benefits. Right here in East Point, over 3,000 families, 3,000 households depend on SNAP to put food on the table. The average person in Georgia receives $187 per month for food assistance. If these families lose their benefits, East Pointers could nearly lose $270 million in food assistance. That's not just numbers, it's real families that are going to be struggling to afford meals, forcing them to turn to this city to meet their food needs or worse, starve. And these devastating cuts will ripple through our city. When people lose health care, they get sicker. When they get sicker, they can't work. When they can't work, they can't pay their rent. When they can't pay their rent, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, it looks like you might be busy, but when they can't pay their rent, these families suffer, and our grocery stores will suffer, our restaurants will suffer, our downtown will suffer, our local economy will suffer, our housing instability will rise, evictions, and you get the point, the picture that I'm trying to paint here. And yet, on the very same night that budget resolution was being cast, we were supposed to be having a budget and finance meeting here in our city. And I found myself growing even more pessimistic because instead of having a budget and finance meeting in our city, that meeting was canceled because one councilwoman decided that respecting the authority and the position that you put in place wasn't worth it to her. So when we should have been discussing what's coming down the pike, the pain and suffering that our residents might be facing, we wasted time. The disruptions to life that our federal government is about to enact on our neighbors is real. And the political infighting, the immaturity, the lack of professionalism is palpable and it's disgusting. And I'm horrified. I'm devastated. I'm embarrassed to have that type of leadership. So I'm asking you, Madam Mayor, for what's possible for you to do. Please have a conversation with that councilwoman. Remind her of the importance of the role of the Budget and Finance Committee. Remind her of the position of the Mayor Pro Tem. Remind her how important it is to have these conversations where we can prepare for what's coming to East Point. The harm is real, and the devastation is going to be severe. And if we're not prepared, we're going to suffer, and we're going to suffer tremendously. And we can't afford that. We can't afford leaders who put their own issues before the residents. I'm asking for our leaders to do better. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Lastly, we have Mr. Thomas Wardlow.
When should we expect the mayor? When should we expect the mayor, who's busy, and the city council to make a decision, put forward the person, hire them, and bring them to our city council meeting? So questions directed about, well, who's supposed to tell us how much we're going to get spent, but budget stuff. Let's get that cleared up. Come on, people. Get off. Well, excuse me. Okay, so I was interesting. I thought Councilman Atkins' suggestion that we really are talking about the city manager presenting, which seems like the legal and right thing to do. So I don't quite understand what all that other conversation was about. Just do it the way it's written and do it right. Why is that even a discussion point? I'm sorry. What a waste of my time and yours. So I would also like to bring up the issue of power bills being improperly done. We tried to go to the people who collect our money for the power bills. Oh, they didn't know nothing about it. Okay. Now, when you've got city employees in a department taking my money and they say, I don't know nothing about it, that's a problem. So you have to go up to the next level. I will say thank you to Mr. Mangrum for helping me understand. We have two systems that are working. One reads the meters, and the other one bills the people based on that reading. Okay, that makes sense. I was informed that the automated system that reads the meters has a system within it to say, hey, this bill isn't right. These hours, watts, are not correct. So I would say, who gets that flag internally on the system? Who's watching that? Who gets, and then how, if the system already says, hey, this isn't right, did that get sent down to the people who are going to generate the bills? Come on, people. We need a better set of systems, or we need a better set of system operators, because how many people in this city got a bill at least twice their usual from errors from those two departments? Sorry.
Those are all the public comments this evening.
All right. Thank you so much to everyone who spoke during public comments this evening. We will now turn to our agenda items. Agenda item number 4, can a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on the City of East Point ordinance regarding electric cities of Georgia.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Jessie?
Madam Mayor and members of council, Thomas Mangrum is here to present this item.
Okay, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I brought this item to you last week, and I needed to go back and get some updates on your request. This is an amendment to our ordinance, Section 8-2104, distributed generation, and this is also known as solar. Okay, what we're changing in this is we're changing a couple of things. One is the rate of the meter at the house for customers who have solar meters, who has a return. So it used to be $2.50. We've upping that charge up to $4.50. And we're also adding the standby capacity rates for residential, general service, non-demand, small power, medium power, and large power. These recommendations came from ECG, and if we follow these recommendations from ECG, we'll be in line with all the other cities that's in Georgia. So this is our staff recommendation that we follow ECG request to recommendation to amend this ordinance, Section 8-2104.
Ms. Jessie, is there also an update on the power bills? I think right now is this about solar adjustments, the solar rate adjustments? And
yes,
we're
ma'am.
going to be looking at our current ordinance to make sure that there were, it addressed all that it needed to address, because what was being shared at last meeting was just a couple sections, but because the electric bills is also a part of a discussion around an electric ordinance or rates, I think we also can get an update on the electric bills during this portion. I do have a question. Did the city attorney look at the information provided and work with or approve this draft of the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am, she did. It was redlined by ECG, and the city attorney did review it and make those changes to the ordinance as requested by ECG.
Okay. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Magnum, for coming up for us. I'm sorry, but you went a little fast, and
My apologies.
I didn't understand. The $2 to the $4, tell me what that is again.
Well, for bidirectional meters, that is the charge that we charge all customers who have solar panels. This is just for this is not for residential customers who have just regular meters. This is for customers who have solar panels on their home.
So it's a surcharge of what?
$4.50.
Okay.
Yes.
And so, all right, I understand that part. Is there any other thing material in that? Because I do have another question for you. I understand the part now about the charge. What else? I didn't understand what all we're asking for you to approve.
One is the verbiage to bring us in line with the rest of the cities in Georgia, and also the pricing of the standby capacity rates that we currently do not have. So in the event that we have a large customer who wants to bring on a large solar panel just to for us to purchase that solar back from them, to buy it back, we would lose. The city would lose, and we would go in the red on that. This way, the city would be compensated for those that return from the customer.
And this is dealing with commercial.
Yes, this is dealing with commercial, residential, small businesses, large.
Okay.
Yes.
So I understand that if I have solar panels on my home, then I get to sell power back to the city, correct?
Yes.
Is that outlined in this agreement that you're saying?
Yes, this is. We currently already have an ordinance to purchase as a credit. We don't just buy it back. What happens, you get credit to your account. We send that data over to ECG. They review it, see what the return is, and then they provide us with the credit that we provide to the customer.
One final question since I have you here. Mr. Wardlow mentioned that there are some issues, errors in the power bill. Could you address those issues with the charges, or is that, who needs to talk about that?
I have a presentation for that if you guys are ready for that.
Oh, it's coming now?
So that's what I just referenced. We'll have discussion. There's another council member chimed in regarding, I'm assuming, the ordinance, but because this is a discussion about
the East Point Power is feeling a need to do those things because of the performance, the financial performance, to make sure that we're able to pay for the services and all of that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Then my question would be to the attorney. Madam Attorney, I asked this question before because it also relates to the issue that Ms. Pittman brought up in terms of the appeals board. According to this, regarding the Municipal Utility Advisory Commission, the East Point Municipal Utility Advisory Commission shall study, evaluate, and review the operations and financial performance of any municipal utility owned by the city. So I think that advisory commission should also be able to weigh in to provide a recommendation. Is that what that commission is established for, Madam Attorney?
Good evening, Councilmember Atkins. Are you asking whether or not the commission would be in place to make recommendations for this current ordinance?
It is, I'm just thinking that, if I can answer that question this way, that it is an opportunity for civic engagement when it relates to East Point Utilities, as stated here in this narrative about the constitution of the commission. And because we're talking about the financial performance, it seems that the citizens have not had an opportunity to also hear from East Point Power, also then say, okay, we agree, we disagree, we think it should be this, and then all of those things come to us.
So for the ECG ordinance, and let me pause really quickly, that had been drafted, sent on through Contract Works. I'm not sure why it's not on your agenda, but it certainly exists, and I can email it to the council right now. But for the ECG ordinance, right, not this that you have on the screen, two totally different things, I think that we are without choice on the rates because ECG governs our electric stuff, right? Forgive me for not having the proper terms.
I understand.
And so when they reached out to Mr. Mangrum, it came to me as if this is non-optional and we need to do this to be in compliance with their policies as being an ECG city. So certainly if it went through the advisory commission and they came back with something different, I don't think that that's okay, right?
Right.
So this is non-optional. We need to do it to be in compliance with the other cities that form the electric cities of Georgia, and the impact of the high utility bills and the study of the issues with the utility bills as we heard tonight. I think that's appropriate for the commission, but not this ordinance.
So because this is ECG from Electric Cities of Georgia, and they are actually setting the rates, and this ordinance amendment or change would be in compliance with the rates that they've already set. So that would be separate from the work that this commission would do?
Correct. And I think it would make more sense, and I'm not sure why you guys don't have it, but it was routed, for you to see the changes that are going to be, it really changes your entire section 8-2104. So we were completely out of line, out of compliance with how ECG even categorizes the tiers, right? There's bi-directional, there's single directional, and we did not even have it tiered in the same way ECG categorizes it. And so the short answer to your question is yes, this is outside of what the commission would even consider.
Gotcha.
Just because of that ECG umbrella we fall under.
Okay, gotcha.
So it certainly needs to be done.
Okay, and I do remember the consultant or the gentleman from ECG, there were several tiers, large users, or I'm using the incorrect terminology, but then more residential users, and then I know there was a solar category. And so it sounds like from what you're saying, Madam Attorney, is that the way that our system is set up and structured, it is not compliant or aligned with the different categories that they have in order to establish the rates. And so this amendment would then bring us into alignment with, okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Attorney Wiggins, if you could, thank you. Mangrum to do this presentation now.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, if you're ready to for us to move on, the Power Department presented information a week or so ago regarding the high utility bills, and at that time we requested some time to go back and have them to review all of the billing cycles and come back with a report or an update. They've completed that work, and the information that Mr. Mangrum is going to present to you tonight shares what they found.
Attorney Wiggins, this item is not directly connected to the ordinance in agenda item 4, but it is an electric topic of discussion. there are two options right now. We can either have it now, if it is procedurally okay, or we can do it as a part of council comments.
Madam Mayor, I would recommend that because item number 4 on the agenda, I think it's still item number 4.
Yes.
Provides for council discussion and possible action on this ordinance, that's the only appropriate item that needs to be considered at this time. So I would certainly ask for a vote on that, and then would recommend that your latter suggestion would be more appropriate during council discussion.
All right. So the other challenge is, and we could table this item until we get through the other items, is the ordinance was just emailed to us. And so if council has an opportunity to review it, we have a couple options tonight. We can table it and deal with it tonight, or we can place it on the March 17th agenda. Is this time sensitive?
Yes, ma'am, this is. But it can wait till as long as we can get it done by the end of the month. So yes.
Okay. So the other option is place it on the March 17th agenda and take action then. So one is the table, so council can look at it tonight. The other is to place it on March 17th. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I was going to say, since we have the presentation, could we amend the agenda to include that?
So we could, but it would be either a separate agenda item, or we could talk about it in comments from council, like we've had staff present during comments from council.
So you could do a motion to suspend the rules, and if that passes, do a motion to amend the agenda to add the item, and certainly if that passes, then you'll be able to add it to the agenda as a separate item or in conjunction with number 4.
Councilmember Freely.
Yeah, thank you. I would prefer that we amend the agenda so that I think this is an item of high public interest, so I think the sooner we get to it on the agenda, the better.
Are you making a
Pact of high utility bills, February 2025?
And properly second that we add as an agenda item, important of high utility bills, February 2025, to the agenda. Any discussion? Attorney Wiggins, as the chair, I have the ability to determine the order of business, so I don't know if we need to say which agenda item. You could add it as an item, Madam City Clerk, and then I can make the decision to have discussion after it's added. Okay, I see the city attorney nodding yes. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. So that takes care of adding this item. We still have the issue of whether or not we're tabling item number 4 to come back tonight after council has reviewed the ordinance at the end of the agenda items, or are we moving item number 4 to the March 17th council meeting? Councilmember Shropshire.
I was going to suggest to put it on the consent agenda, but it has a ordinance, so we can't do that. But you said is as long as it's did before the end of the month?
Yes, ma'am, that is good, because we have a customer that's waiting for these rates. So yes, ma'am, we do not want to move forward unless we have something official to charge them with.
So the options are to table the item to the end of the agenda, then remove it from the table and discuss it tonight, and potentially approve it tonight, or put it on the March 17th agenda.
Can we table it? And so we're waiting to get the updated information.
The city attorney emailed it to us already.
Well, we can table it. I don't have
Madam City Attorney, were you about to say something?
No, I think you might have a direction to move into based on what Councilwoman Shropshire just said. So I'll hold it to see if that passes.
Is there a motion?
Yes.
Councilmember Shropshire.
I make a motion that we table this item until I make a motion that we table the item.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. We will now get a motion to open the floor for discussion discussion on the impact of utility bills February 25.
So moved.
2025.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open, Ms.
Madam Mayor and members of council, Thomas Mangrum is going to present the findings of their research.
Evening again. All right, so impact of high utility bills, February 2025. Analysis of high utility bills caused by incorrect consumption data pulled from 12/26/2024 versus 1/6/2025. All right, the first complaint came in February the 12th, 2025, affecting cycles. There's a total of 3 cycles out of 18 cycles. Cycles 4, 5, and cycle 18 will be affected by this. That's approximately 3,300 customers that will be affected by this. All right, what we've done so far, we've stopped disconnecting of all customers for non-pay February 13, 2025. We want to complete our analysis of what we found, so we chose not to, we decided not to do disconnects. All right. The introduction to the overconsumption issues, impact of early meter readings on consumption and billing, root cause of the issue, case studies, resolution and recommendations. Introduction to high consumption issues, the background. Meter readings were pulled 10 days earlier on 12/26/2024 instead of the scheduled and requested data for 1/6/2025. This affected 3,309 customers. Cycle 4, 830 customers. Cycle 5, 795 customers. Cycle 18, 1,684 customers. Our objective here is to explain how early reading led to higher bills for February. All right, impact on February billing, system-generated reads. All right, the system is designed to retrieve meter data within 10 days of the scheduled read date, which was this read date for cycle 4 and 5 was date 1/6/2025. Anything older than 10 days triggers a prompt for a visual read, ensuring the data accuracy is moving forward. The January bill was based on reads from 12/7/2024 through 12/26/2024 reads, instead of the read dates from 12/7/2024 through 1/6/2025. We're on a 30-day read cycle for that cycle, which led to lower energy consumption for the month of January. The consumption between 12/26 and 1/6/2025 was missed and billed in February. The key effects. Higher bills due to unaccounted energy consumption is in the previous cycle. The February bills were based on reads from 12/26/2024 through 2/5/2025 reads, instead of reads from 1/6/2024 through 2/5/2025. That's a 30-day read, which led to a higher consumption in February for those customers. Root cause of the issue. Incorrect data pull date. The meter reads were pulled 10 days early on 12/26 instead of the requested date of 1/6/2025. Our new process for future preventions. If the data is more than 2 days old, the system will prompt for a visual read. In the other instance, if the meter was over 10 days old, it would prompt for a visual read. Now we'll make the changes for 2 days old, the system will prompt for a visual read to ensure accuracy and prevent overbilling errors. This will ensure that energy usage is correctly accounted for without data discrepancies. All right. Why the February bill was affected. Once again, the consumption from 12/26 through 1/6/2025, that's the 10-day That period was not properly billed in January. Instead, it was carried over and added to the February bill, leading to higher than expected charges. Double billing effect. Energy usage between December and January was reflected in the February bill, making it appear that customers had used more energy than they actually had. Case study 1. The bill read for this customer right here on Palm Drive. The bill read was 12/26/2024. The read was 58695. The timeless read was 12/27 date, and the read was 58694. The timeless read on the actual date that we were supposed to read this meter, 1/6/2025, was 59357. The difference of 662 kWh between 12/27/2024 and 1/6/2025 should have been reflected in January's bill, but was carried over into February, inflating the charge. Walker Avenue, this case was the same. Bill read December 12/26 was 53288. The timeless read was 12/27/2024. On 1/6/2025, what we billed the customer, what the date that we should have billed the customer was 53675, a difference of 387 kWh between 12/27 and 1/6/2025 should have been reflected in January bill, but was carried over in February, inflating the bill. This is East Mercer Avenue. The same analysis came up. In this case, the difference was 369 kWh between 12/27/24 and 1/6/2025. Summary of findings: early data pool. 12/26 led to missed readings from the correct cycle 1/6/2025, which reflected in higher February bills. The key points: energy usage was unaccounted for previous month and rolled over into February. Conclusion, once again, early meeting reading. That's what caused this issue. The next step is to ensure proper synchronization of meters reading with billing cycles going forward. Recommendations: implement stricter controls to ensure readings are pulled on the correct date. 2, customer notification, inform customers about the issue, provide clear explanation for the consumption on their bills. The preventive measures introduce a review process to prevent similar issues in the future billing cycles. All right, the flow chart. This is how the meter information gets from the customer home to the billing department and then to your home. The first thing is the house meter. The flow starts with the house meter, which tracks customers' energy consumption. Meter reading are collected every 30 minutes through the timeless system. The data transmission to the collector. The meter sends the data collector using cellular communication network. The data collector meter reading software. The meter data collector pulls reads from the multiple meters in specific area. This data, along with visual reads, is transmitted to the meter reading software, which is Temetra. The data transmission to the server billing system, BSNA. The data from Temetra is uploaded into BSNA system, and BSNA system processes the data for further steps. The data processing and data management. The data management, the MDM is in BSNA verifies the reads and processes them. Verification reads. The verification read is when we verify that the data is correct. And if it's coming over through through the system, through the talent system, that is good. But what it want to catch is unusual high usage. That's what it's doing. It's handling exception, power failures, manual reads, high consumption, irregularities. Data normalization for accurate billing. Then it's sent to the billing system. Once the data is validated, it is passed on to the billing system. The system calculates the customer's total consumption and it generates the bill. The customer is then notified. The bill is sent to the customer via email, physical mail. Customers can also view their usage and bill through the online portal Invoice Cloud. All right, so what we've done. Payment options and late fees. All right, the payment hold for 2 weeks, that's an option. Payment plans available for 3 or 6 months based on the balance and the amount. The late fee removal penalties on the customers in cycles 4, 5, and 18. If you have any questions, customer can contact customer care via email or phone, 404-270-7010. All right. Any questions or concerns?
Councilman Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mangrum. I have a few questions. The first thing is, so if I was undercharged in January and then I was overcharged in February to make up for the shortfall, are you able to show the residents the difference on their utility bill where you can say, look, in January we only charged you for X days, and then in February we had to charge you for Y days, which included those days we missed? That's my first question.
Yes, we are. We are able to show that per customer. Yes, we are.
Okay. And are the people trained in the office to have that conversation with the people now?
Yes, they are. Yeah, the team is trained.
And so so it's my understanding you're waiving the late fees for groups 4, 5, and 18, correct?
Yes, sir.
So just that I make a clear understanding, there was an error in the read which prompted a visual reading which was shown in the slide. Is that correct?
No, sir. There was an error. The data was requested on 1/6, and what the system did, the system went back to 12. It has a default of 10 days. So the system went back those 10 days to get that read instead of the most recent read. So normally it would pull the most recent read. In this case, it went back to 12/20. It went back 10 days and got the read from 12/27 instead of the requested read from 1/6.
What was the source of that error? Why did that happen?
From my review, when you're inside the Temetra system, there's changes that can be made, and one change may prompt another. So if you make a change to correct a read in the Temetra system, that could prompt the system to push everything back 10 days. Now, that question is still under review of how exactly that happened. So what I requested from Temetra is what would cause that for the system to go back into a default mode of 10 days. Like, what would give me that 10-day read? Because, as you can tell, we've never had this issue with the system pushing back 10 days. Was there something that happened that said, hey, I'm going to push it back 10 days because this is not right? So just to be safe, I'm gonna give you my 10 days.
But I guess my concern is, last year around this time, we had a similar issue. I'm not sure if it's the same issue, but with water bills in the Lakeside Preserve area, where they were undercharged and then overcharged, and it caused an issue. Is this because, are they on the same system?
The Temetra system, yes, they are. But the difference in this issue is the Lakeside Preserve issue was a staffing issue. This issue is the system pulling reads from the customers who was affected were affected by visual read. This is
an update on the app where people can see their current power usage and get the alert when they're using too much power so they can cut back on their utility use.
That's our Utility Hawk system. It's up and running. It should be good. I mean, for some customers who have called in with some issues, I think we're working through those, but majority of the customers should be able to see their reads and their usage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. And I was going to bring up some things similar that Councilman Butler had brought up as well, because I have also heard of issues with the water as well, with readings with water where people don't get charged and then all of a sudden they get back pay that they are responsible for. And so it seems like And it sounds like that you were talking about that was a staffing issue and not an actual system issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a lakeside preserve issue. This issue right here is something different.
Okay. Because I know that there have been other constituents that have contacted me, and it's very spotty on where they live, but there are a handful of people here and there at various times of the year that have this issue where somehow the reading does not actually make it to the bill, and then the next bill is double. And so that can be very challenging and very frustrating for people because, all of a sudden they have this large bill that they're not planning for. Do you see any other ways that we can either reduce or eliminate this?
Well, first, the water issues. This is my first time hearing of them. I know we have a lot of high water consumption work orders or check for leak work orders come in through my team that we go look into. But for us, customers being not billed 1 month and then the next bill it's like double. I wasn't aware, but I'll definitely look into it.
Okay, thank you.
I need to look into that.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mangrum. I just want to make sure that I'm clear so I can explain it. So the system went back and pulled data 10 days before, I guess, East Point Power told it to pull the data on energy consumption. Is that correct?
On 1/6, when I reviewed Metro on 1/6, staff requested the reads. All right? When staff requested the reads, it pulled reads from 2/27. So that's how we was able to determine how this happened, how many cycles was affected, and get to the bottom of it.
So is it that the increase that customers experience, ratepayers experience, were those days from 12/27 to 1/6, in addition to the regular 30-day billing cycle of 1/6 through on? Is that correct?
Yes. To sum it up, in January, the customers was basically billed 20 days. And then in February, December, they was billed for 20 days. And then for January, when they got that February bill, they was basically billed for those extra 10 days, which would put it at like a 40-day.
Okay. So the 10 additional days in that billing cycle is what made the rates increase that much? Because I remember a constituent sending me a bill that was over $1,000.
Yes. Now that particular customer, this is actually the second time I heard about this particular customer, the 1,000 bill. I would definitely like to review that customer. But if the customers was to review their bill from their January bill versus their February bill, they'll see a difference of January was low in consumption and February was high in consumption. So you picked up that extra 10 days. As you can see, one of the customers on here estimated like around about 600 kWh that was missing from the January bill.
Okay, so those 10 days is the cause of the increase in whatever the cold. Okay, because that just seems like the bills were doubled in many instances, and so 10 days to cause that is a lot.
Yes, sir, it was. That 10 days. Plus, we have to take in consideration, even though we had the cold front that came through, that was also added into that February bill. Yes, it was cold, but when we started receiving the complaints, we looked at it and said that, hey, it was something else, and that's what we found.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Freely.
And this might be sort of touching on what Councilmember Atkins was asking. Did this issue have anything to do with the overconsumption multiplier?
The multiplier should not have changed on a customer. A multiplier is mainly residential customers should not have multipliers. The multiplier should stay at 1 for a residential customer. Mainly businesses have multipliers, that can be 200, 500. It depends on what size the business and what type of usage they're using. So none of these residential customers would have had this issue.
So the additional 10 days didn't trigger that?
Not for us, the multiplier, if I'm asking the correct question. The multiplier should not have changed. Okay. No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank
you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mangum, for your presentation. So for the December bill, if they only charge, let's just say charge for 20 days, correct? Where normally it's a 30-day billing cycle.
Yes.
December, they would charge for 20 days.
Yes.
January, they would charge for 40 days.
Yes.
So, plus, I know we had the cold front that came through, so that probably, had some people use some additional, pump the heat up. So if that's the case, I know people had concerns regarding higher bills than they normally had. If you were charged for 20 in December and 40 in January, doesn't it still kind of like, does it balance out? Oh,
it should balance out unless it should balance out. Yes, ma'am, it should.
It should balance
yes.
out. Okay, that was okay. That's fine. All right, thank you. I yield.
So how did you all determine cycles 4, 5, and 18?
Okay, so as we stated earlier, Mr. Dowd stated that we want to make sure we run a complete cycle. Then we found all the irregularities in 4, 5, and 18. Once we determined that it was 3 cycles involved, that's when we reached out to our Metro team to say, how did this happen? What steps, what caused this? And they said that they were still looking into it, but they was billed in a 10-day period, and that's how we figured it out. And plus, our customer care team, for us, the Tantalus reads, they did research on each account. So what they did was, before we reached out to Metro, they went in the Tantalus system and found that customer actual read. If I can go back to a slide. So the customer was billed. The customer was billed on 12/26. The read was 13711. That's the bill read. In the Tantalus system on 12/27, the read was close to that, which was 13710. So we said, hey, that's around about the time that the reading stopped. So, but the actual read on 1/6, the actual read that the customer should have got billed for was 14080, which made a difference of 369 kWh.
Right, which also put those kilowatts into the higher billing rate. So there's tiered rate billing, right? And when you go over a certain number of kilowatts, it takes you into a higher billing rate. So that usage would have been billed at a higher rate, because now you have 369 hours that we don't know what portion of that was in the higher rate that they're usually not in.
Okay.
Because if it had been on the previous bill, it probably would have still been in the second tier rate and not triggered the third tier higher rate, which is why people's bills were doubled. My question is, what's the audit that happens with this? Like, all of these bills went out. We have people in cycles 4, 5, and 18 who had issues. And we didn't catch it until after we sent the bills out, after the people were told that they had to pay. Like, nobody's looking at the billing date. Nobody's looking at the reading date. Like, we're not doing a random audit each billing cycle or like each cycle to see if there's any issues, because things happen. Nobody's perfect. No system's perfect. Things are prone to error. That's why we build in audits into standard operating procedures, usually built in to be able to try to catch things, because we know just like humans make errors, machines make errors. How did we not catch this before these bills run out? I mean, now we're going to tell people. So like last month we only billed you for 20 days. Then we billed you for 40 days. And that's true. And now we're going to give you additional time to pay because we didn't catch an error within the system that triggered you to be at a higher rate that caused those bills to double. And so that's kind of rhetorical to you, but Ms. Jess actually doing some level of random audits, because this is a lot. I don't know how many people are in these cycles, approximately how many people are in each cycle, 4, 5, and 18. How many households? Oh, I missed that part. That's a lot. That's almost 3,000 people.
Yes, ma'am.
That's 3,200 people, or 3,200 customers. Like,
so to the audit process, when we're dealing with, the biggest difference in water and electric, yes, we can set parameters on both. But when you're dealing with water, it's
No, I'm not asking about water.
No,
I went through the water situation. This is totally something different. I'm asking you about in this situation.
Yes, ma'am. And I was just giving you okay.
I don't want to mix the two.
Okay.
That was last year. The question would become, if we had a situation with utilities last year, how do we not build in audit processes that will prevent this year? I'm talking about this situation. I'm very familiar with what happened in Lakeside Reserve. I live there.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And it was what happened, why did it happen, what are we going to do about it, how do we prevent it from happening again? And hopefully those lessons learned would have been translated over to this. So I'm asking, because that didn't happen.
It did not.
We have a system on the electric side. And 30 bills went out to about, that's 1,800, 1,600. Yeah, it's about 3,300 people, 3,300 customers. And we didn't catch it until they told us they got higher bills. There was nothing in our system that flagged it. There was no person within the system or our current processes that flagged it that would have let us say, hey, your bills came out. We realized there's an error. This is the error. When you get it, don't be alarmed. This is what we're going to do about it. So that is, it might be very rhetorical at this point, but I'm looking to Ms. Jessie because this is not like 100 people. It's 3,300 bills. That's out of 15,000. That's, what's my math? That's 1/5. Thereabouts. I mean, that's the size of, that's 20%. So, Ms. Jessie, I'm turning to you. If there's not an answer tonight, that's fine, but like, we're going to be saying to people, your bill doubled because we didn't pull the right numbers. But we believe but we did pull the right numbers now. And they're supposed to rely on that. And then take advantage of a payment plan or whatever. But like, how did we get here after a billing issue that happened last year? Not on all fours, but it was a utility issue that dealt with, a person read it, but I mean, just because systems like machines and technology are replacing people, it doesn't mean they're more perfect than people.
Madam Mayor and Council, you are correct, and this is by no means an acceptable outcome of this. The staff is continuing to work through this, working with Tantalus and the other systems that they use to see what happened and to find out how we address that. Your point about periodic audits is very well taken, and I'm sure that that's something that the Power Department will weave into their processes. We are also going to take a look at the issue of the tiers that you mentioned, to do some more analysis on that to see if these customers were pushed into a higher, more costly tier as a result of this error. And we'll continue to bring information back to you as we gather more data on it.
Because if they were charged at a higher tier and then we go back and correct it, their bill probably should have been less than what we're going to say it was supposed to be, because it would be at a different tier. Mm-hmm. Right? It wouldn't be double. So this isn't like, oh, we're not just going to charge you at $369. No. If you add $369 to their last bill, what tier would they have been? Because if you add $369 to the new bill, the next bill is going to be higher. You're going to move the situation forward because of our tiered system. So then that means, what month are we in? February, March, the next cycle going to be high. Because you're adding what they didn't get billed to this bill. Like, there has to be an adjustment that goes back, and maybe that's working each account, but like, they have to be billed at the right tiers to be able to be charged the right amount based on their usage at that time.
Yes, ma'am. They have looked at individual accounts, so they have that information, and all they would need to do now would then to go back and look at the various tiers to see how each customer was impacted.
Thank you. And from my recollection, also, the issue in Lakeside was Preserve was similar in that it was because audits weren't done then and audits weren't done now. There's no way an audit could have been done because it should have caught this. The situation with Lakeside Preserve, although it was water, there was not an audit done before the bills went out either. And it came up from people informing us on the back end. So the question is, within the standard operating procedures, where are the audits built in? And it can't just be an audit through a system. Like, even if we pull a report for a human has to read it to make sure the system pulled the right information. So, Mr.
Thank you. I have a question. So, what happens and what can the city do for those who were billed, because the mayor made a good point, who was billed at a higher rate because of because of what happened? Because that's not their normal rate that they were billed at. So now they got charged they was at additional kilowatts because it said they went over, let's say, the 500 kilowatts. So what happens? How are y'all going to fix that they were charged more for kilowatts that they didn't actually use?
So with that, first we will have to see what's the tier packages for the winter months. For as tier 1, what's the rate, and then tier 2, what's the rate, and tier 3. I think in the winter months there's only 2 tiers, tier 1, tier 2. We'll have to see the rates between the two and then make adjustments from there.
Okay.
So that would be.
So they get adjustments.
Yeah, that's where the adjustment would come after we review the tier rates between the two.
Okay. Thank you.
The bill that was shared with me at the last council meeting, if I'm not mistaken, had 3 tiers on it. Like, it wasn't just 2 tiers. It was the 3rd tier, and the 3rd tier was a higher tier. Now, it was only one that was shown to me. I saw some other one. But the one that was shown to me here in City Hall had 3 tiers, and the 3rd tier was higher. And if that was the 369, just for the examples that were used, I think the overage might have been 369. If that was charged at the 3rd tier, and if you look at the person's bill the previous month, and that would have been in the 2nd tier, it would be a whole different calculation and rate. Tier would have put them in and then move forward. Any other lights? Any other questions? And our next meeting isn't until March 17th. You know, we're about to be in another billing cycle. And the longer this goes on, that was also the challenge with the other situation, is like it kept carrying over. And it kept, when you eventually have to sit down and go through it, like you're going all the way back to where it started to come forward. And it literally was looking at individual bill. Every person in Lakeside Preserve wasn't impacted, or the impact was different. But 3,309 customers, there might be 309 audits. We want people to believe that what we're doing is actually accurate now. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mangrum. Next up, are we ready to remove item number 4 from the table, or do we need to go ahead and keep moving? Huh? We're ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Can I get a motion to remove item number 4 from the table?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Sharp.
I make a motion that we remove item number 4 from the table.
So, second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to waive the first reading.
Motion to waive the first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The title of the ordinance, Madam City Attorney, it's okay to just read what's at the top, or do we need to read the section under the ordinance number? Is it okay to just have the motion to adopt the City of East Point ordinance regarding electric cities of Georgia updates? Or do we need to have what's that paragraph under the ordinance? Updates to section 8-2104. So we need a motion to adopt the ordinance of the City of East Point regarding electric cities of Georgia updates to ordinance section 8-2104.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We are now at item number 5. Get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
would like to make a motion to open the floor and possible action on a vendor for the construction service at Center Park.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Ms. Justin.
Madam Mayor and Council, Shalord Pinkett, Director of Parks and Recreation, is here for this item.
Right. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The agenda item that I'm bringing before you today is the construction of Center Park. Center Park has been greatly in use of a remake. Back in November, I purchased through you all of the playground equipment, park amenities, ADA accessible equipment will be going into that park. Today I'm bringing forward the plans for the actual construction. It was about a 14 to 16 week wait on the playground equipment for that park. So we're trending right towards the time for the construction to be completed by the time the new playground equipment comes in. And that's what I'm asking for approval tonight on this agenda item.
Any questions or action? Councilman Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I make a motion that we approve the item number 5, construction service for Center Park, not to exceed $88,192.93.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
Madam
Item
Mayor.
number 6. Councilmember Shropshire.
I make a motion that we approve and open the floor for.
So you could do a motion to approve as well without discussion.
Oh, yeah. That. I make
You
a
want
motion.
discussion or approval?
We can approve it.
Okay. So
Second.
Not to exceed $39,000.
Second.
motion to approve item number 6, not to exceed $39,000. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Oh, no, sorry.
Motion carries. Next up is a discussion and possible action on emergency bridge repair not to exceed $54,680. You can either open the floor for discussion and possible action or a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Freely.
Yes, Mr. Pinkett.
Yes.
Where is this?
Brookdale Park is the bridge that connects from the community over to the park. It was some ADA accessibility concerns with that bridge, and obviously the 2x4s have been challenged. We're going with a more durable substance to replace that with. It's called Trex boarding, has like a 30-year life expectancy. So we think that's going to be a good idea versus doing patch-up work over the years.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, trace boarding, slip resistant, but it has a long life expectancy.
Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I want to say thank you so much for you and your department and the great works that you're doing in our Parks Department. But that was one of my questions. How are we moving forward with our parks being ADA compliant? Is there a timeline?
Yeah, so now I think it was like maybe the third week of November I came before you all for the citywide playgrounds. It was a 14 to 16 week wait. Center Park in particular that we're talking about tonight, I had that kind of on hold until I got the construction part together, but all that stuff was put in at the same time. So we're looking and trending towards April when a lot of the playground equipment will come in, and we'll be kind of dispersing that throughout all the city parks.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Motion was to approve, right? Any further discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, motion to open the floor for discussion on the planning and zoning ordinance rewrite status. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, so
motion.
moved.
Is there a second? Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Yes. So item number 8, motion to open the floor for discussion on planning and zoning ordinance rewrite status. It was moved by Councilmember Shropshire, seconded by Councilmember Martin Rogers. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. And this has been on our agenda. This conversation was first initiated back in February 2024. Awardee resident brought some planning and zoning concerns to my attention, and I also, as a resident awardee, had some of these same concerns. We had much discussion. Our attorney Wiggins provided us with an option on December 10th whether to accept her proposal to rewrite our zoning ordinance or to bid it out. And then she also sent another follow-up memorandum, or reshared it again, on January 13th, 2025. I would like for us to move forward with allowing our accepting the proposal of our city attorney to move forward with our planning and zoning rewrite.
Any other discussion? Attorney Wiggins has shared that proposal with us. People need more, or want to take action tonight. Attorney Wiggins.
So thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Rogers. I just want to remind you, just for full transparency, I did that proposal when I was interim. Right, and so I did rescind it because I think that was the request of the board to rescind it. So I just don't want it to appear as if, right, that I'm promoting, right, the rewrite using me, because it was a different relationship at that time, right? So I'm still happy to do it, but I want you to make a decision with that understanding that it was done. And so if you want to make changes or you have some questions, right, our relationship was different when I initially did that proposal. That's all.
Do you feel that this is within the scope of city attorney or outside of the scope?
Yeah, that was my question.
I think it's within the scope, but I don't think it's within the financial scope, if that's fair.
Mm-hmm. So your recommendation is that we send it out for bid?
I don't have a recommendation. My recommendation is get it done, right?
Yeah, that's
so how y'all decide to get it done, that's completely up to y'all.
So I think what she's sharing is that it was solicited before. It still hasn't been done. There were parts that were done, but it hasn't been complete. When she shared it with us, she was the interim, but now she's the city attorney. And while it could be something that she still performs based on the current city attorney contract, this would be an additional scope to that. And we have to decide whether or not we want to try solicitation again, which we have already done, or allow the current city attorney, who also does our planning and zoning work, to add this to the scope of services.
So I think we should.
Thank you. I was going to suggest that we probably do a solicitation to send it out for the rewrite.
We tried that.
How long has it been since we tried that?
Yeah,
Years ago?
Years.
Yeah. And what was the response? Do we remember?
We haven't.
Oh.
Madam, I could maybe answer her question. So you guys did get a vendor to do it. They just never did it. They started, but it was very preliminary. It didn't go anywhere after they were chosen as a vendor. I will say, though, that from researching this when we first started talking about it, it's not, they weren't paid more than what they did. So I don't want to leave y'all with that impression, right? I think if they did A and B, they got paid for A and B, but they never took it beyond A and B, right? So it never was completed.
So basically, we need to say we want X, Y, Z. Because they started A and B, but we need X, Y, Z.
You told them to do A through Z.
So
they only got to A and B.
So we need to reach back out to the vendor who started it.
I think that was tried.
And what happened?
Nothing.
It didn't happen.
Were we in a contract with them?
So I was just about to say,
Because now my thought is this needs to be.
If we get too far into that discussion, that's more executive session around legal versus the discussion about just the status and what we decide. So, Councilmember Freely.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, my inclination is that we would rebid this out, but in your opinion, is the legal department, do you have the bandwidth to even really take this on and have it completed in a reasonable amount of time along with all your other work?
So first, let's be clear what the ask was when you bidded it out the first time. It was a complete rewrite of your zoning ordinance, which, as you know, as you guys have dealt with it, meeting after meeting, meeting after meeting, it is a beast, right? So this is not a 3-month project for anybody, whether it was the legal department or some private firm, right? This is because not only does the entire zoning ordinance need at least looking at, and then the identification of areas that need to be updated, and you had a House bill come into effect during their contract that the zoning ordinance was never updated to reflect. It also has to go to Planning Commission, right? Then it has to come to you guys. There needs to probably be a number of work sessions so you don't swallow the whole thing at once, just because it is gigantic. I don't know if you weren't on the board then, but late December, might have been 2022, there was a rewrite to a number of sections. I think that's when y'all got the MXI something, right? We discovered that the numbering, that's when I first became the attorney for the Planning Commission, that even the numbering of the sections, you run out of numbers just because there isn't a reservation of sections, so that if you do have new information, new sections that you want to add later in life, you don't have anywhere to put it, right? And so it created a mess. So when you say in an efficient, timely manner, I think we just need to be clear that this is likely a 9-month to a year project, okay? does the legal department have the bandwidth? Yes, and the reason why I said to the response of whether or not this falls under the scope, my response was yes, but with additional funding, because I think that there needs to be consultants that I currently do zoning stuff with to look at it, right? It shouldn't just be my eyes on the document. I think there needs to be the coordination with zoning professionals. It may not be a firm, it may be other city attorneys that do this work who are well-versed as I with the rewrite. So the additional would look like coordination with not just our eyes in the legal department. So yes, and there would be other folks.
So sort of a hybrid.
Yes.
Okay.
I like that word.
Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you for that information, Madam Attorney. So would it make sense, or if we look at it and say,
now, because my relationship with you guys have changed, that reflected what the process isn't going to change, right? So, okay.
I was thinking that with that proposal that it was different because your relationship was different, but the proposal really stays the same, the number stays the same, the relationship is different, but all of the components of your proposal would really be materially the same.
Yes, I just brought that up because I think it was fair for y'all to remember that it was under a different time.
No, thank you.
All right, I'm going to make the motion. Yes, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion. Do I need to include the amount in my motion or no?
I have a question.
You want to do it in the discussion on the motion if a motion is made? Or?
Yeah, well, I'd like to make the motion to approve our city attorney to complete the planning and zoning ordinance rewrite in its entirety.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Discussion.
We need a second for discussion.
Second for discussion.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Councilmember Shropshire.
So let's back up a minute. Attorney Wiggins, you said that we did we hired a company years ago to do a rewrite, and they didn't finish. So I think before we move forward, we need to find out what happened, and can they come back and complete what they started, because we paid for it and we didn't get what we paid for.
I think that discussion is an executive session discussion, and if that means the original motion either gets withdrawn or tabled, I think those types of discussions need to be had in executive session, because the contractual relationship is a question that we don't want to discuss publicly in the event it is potential litigation.
So just clarity. So I don't even know if I can answer this question, ask this question. You said they were paid to do the whole thing. They wasn't paid to do the whole thing. So they did part of what they were paid for what they did.
Correct. They were hired to do the whole thing. They weren't paid for it.
So if they were, we need to look at that. Yeah.
So we're in discussion on the motion. I don't see any other lights on. There is there's some questions that I think should be discussed in executive session.
All right, so what I'll do is table this and take
That's
it
what
to...
I was going to say.
No.
I'm sorry.
So there can be a substitute motion.
Well, then
Can't do a substitute motion to table. You would withdraw the motion
And take it to executive session.
and then table the item.
Yes, so moved.
But I said two things.
And
What's the
I'm so
motion?
moving. The
You
motion.
gotta do them
All right,
by
I'm
separate
going
motions.
to withdraw my motion
Okay,
at this time.
so there hasn't been any action taken, so the motion is withdrawn.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
now we're still in discussion on item number 8. Any further action?
Yes.
Okay,
I would like to take item number 8 into executive session. No, table. I'm sorry, motion to table item number 8.
so moved. Is there a second?
Thank you.
So, second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, council discussion and possible action on non-owner occupied certification. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I open the floor for discussion of item number, what's that, 9?
Yes, 9. Motion to open the floor for discussion. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to open the floor? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some great news regarding this issue. Just a summary of what the issue is. The council discussed, well, what I propose is this, that in order to try to fight the blighted property issue in terms of squatting and the fact that we have 17,952 single-family homes, of that 52% are non-owner occupied. What I propose is that we charge a fee of $250 annually. That fee will bring in an additional $2 million to our budget, which I would like to help fund projects for seniors, in particular keeping their homes dry and safe and those type of things. But as noted by our city attorney, state law does not allow for us to have a list or make a list of those properties. So we talked about having our state representatives push a bill. So working with our state rep, Phil Alei, found out some new information. Representative Martin, and forgive me for mispronouncing his name, but I look as Montahan, I think it is, excuse me, has House Bill 374, and it's come out of the House committee in a favorable light, which would, in essence, allow us to make a list. And so that would be the law that we would need if it is changed, where we can list rental properties. And just to briefly give a summary of it, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 74, Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, related to the local enforcement boards created on or after January 1, 2003, so as to authorize local governing bodies to establish housing management database of residential rental property, to provide for application, to provide for registration with the database. So if this should pass, then that is possible that we can come back and revisit this issue. There is also a bill introduced by our state representative too, bill number House Bill 399, and that bill, excuse me for my pause. House Bill 399 passed the floor, and it mandates that state-based broker rep, it mandates a state-based broker representative for any out-of-state corporation with 25 or more single-family multi-units in a single county. So both of those bills will help us, should we decide as a group that we want to look at this legislation. So thank you for this time with the update, and let's just keep our fingers crossed so that we can continue to move our city forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, so no further action on this item at this time?
No, ma'am. No further action.
I want to just say something.
Councilman Martin Rogers.
All right, and what I have in my notes is that I know that we have someone working in our housing, Mr. Whitehead. I think that it will be beneficial to all of us because people have mentioned housing for our public safety personnel. Councilmember Butler has just mentioned this bill, owner-occupied certification. What I would like to know is what is our plan as a city to move forward? And if Mr. Whitehead, Ms. Jessie, could probably find time. But what is the plan, his action plan? I guess we could see it in April to see if he is, are we moving forward with combining the totality of all of these initiatives that have been brought before council? It was just a question.
Ms. Jessie, I think Mr. Whitehead presented to us a couple months ago a plan of the different things he was working on, so it might be helpful if you could resend that to council so we can see specifically what was in there and see if there's anything else we need.
Yes, ma'am. And it's Frank Whitfield.
Oh, yeah.
And he's
he's
scheduled to come back at a work session.
Okay. Probably in April. Thank you, Ms. Jessie. That concludes our agenda items. Any comments from Councilmember Martin Rogers?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to remind Ward D residents that our Ward D community gathering will take place March 29th at 10 a.m. at the Collective Success Center, 1400 Center Parkway, Suite 116. That is going to be on March 29th. And also, in collaboration with our Parks and Rec Department, we will be having our citywide Autism Awareness Day at the Jefferson Park Recreation Facility on Saturday, April 5th from 10 a.m. until 2 o'clock p.m. at 1431 Norman Berry Drive. Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. It's good to see you guys. I would like to give a few comments. The first thing is to the young lady, Japare, who talked about the cuts in Medicaid and SNAP benefits and how we solve those issues. I think that's a great question. I think those questions are something that we have to come to as a council and as a community to kind of answer those questions, because as we stated before, 2 of our 8 grants by the federal government have been put on pause, and we don't know what's going to happen from there. So to have the foresight to really start to think about and plan, I think that is a good question to ask. And I don't have those answers. That's why we have all of these great minds on this diocese, and we could use people in the community to have that help too. Regarding the sinkhole, I think that, and I guess this is a question I can ask in the email, if I may, Madam Mayor, with your permission, may I ask our city attorney a question regarding the sinkhole? I said, yes, ma'am, with your permission, may I ask the city attorney a question about the sinkhole that was raised?
To the details of it, I think you should put it as an executive session item.
I'll make that an executive session item then, just for a matter of caution. But
all right. So far, I'm at 2 litigation.
Yes, ma'am. So I want to thank everyone that came out today, Mr. Crew, Justin Anderson, Mr. Wardlow, for your concerns and bringing them to council so that we can address them. And we'll do our best to try to get those answers to you. Thank you very much. Oh, and I do want to say something too. One of the answers or the questions was about the city manager. I wish you guys had stayed, because the person that we are we can't do that? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Member Shropshire.
Thank you, and thank you to the residents who came out. I was going to start with something, but I'm going to address some of the comments, and then I'm going to come back and say what I have to say. So, in regards to the resident that was making comments about trash, sometimes I give a different look, and because I'm thinking about something. I wasn't saying that there was no trash in the area or on the ground or in neighborhoods. I never said that. To address the second comment in reference to the budget meeting, yes, there is a mayor pro tem. But I think once people read and understand what the charter says the mayor pro tem presides over a meeting. That is a council meeting. That is the only thing that the mayor pro tem does, is preside over a council meeting. As far as any committee meetings, we have to vote on a chair, and that has not been done. Now, when you attack me on, as they spoke about the cuts that the federal government has made, one of the things that this city does is I make sure that we, as we started in 2020, and we'll continue to do, is provide food for all the citizens, as well as senior citizens who are disabled and can't come out and get their food. We've provided many things for residents and seniors. That because we know, and I know, and I've always said it, no one should be put in a situation where they have to choose between food and their medicines. I have been a big on providing and making sure the residents need the things that they need. Now, when it comes to Medicaid and SNAP, yes, that's a huge problem. That is a problem. And we will be, and if it's within the city, we will address those issues. But that happens at the state. Now, can the city do anything? Yes, and we are going to continue to make sure that we're providing the necessary things that the residents need, so they can live comfortably. But I stand by understanding the charter. Now, my next comment. As you know, over the weekend, we lost a great pioneer. We lost Angie Stone. Angie Stone, May 2023, 2018. Angie Stone was the first performer that performed at the Wednesday Wind Down. Angie Stone graced this city on that day. She also has a foundation called Angel Stripe Foundation. She has been a partner with the city on many things, providing services to ML King Dale Service, as well as providing, she also was a contributor to the food giveaway that we give out every Wednesday. On May 23rd, 2018, the city gave, on May 23rd, 2018, the city dedicated that as Angie Stone Day. So Angie Stone is a pioneer. She's done a lot in her career. She frequented the city quite often, performed on numerous occasions at the Wednesday Wind Down. And she was overall a great person. And for that, she will truly be missed. And it's sad that that happened, but she really is and was truly a great person and had a great relationship with the city. And she did wonderful things with the city. And for that, I will always be thankful for it. And I'm glad that the city and the residents who enjoy the Wednesday Wind Down got a chance to see her perform on several occasions. Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I have a question of our attorney. Madam Attorney, you know I always ask questions around boards, authorities, and commissions, and so I understand that you're putting together a presentation or a training for members of, do you have an update as to when that will be ready? I'm just looking for opportunities as I go out to engage with citizens. They're looking for civic engagement opportunities through various boards, which is why I was making a lot of my appointments. Do you know when that may take place?
It's going to be on March 20th at the Planning Commission's regular meeting. So it'll be in the evening because that's when the Planning Commission meets in person. I'm just verifying my date here, but what it is, it's a parliamentary, yes, 7 o'clock. It's a parliamentary procedure training. It's going to be about an hour. Obviously, it's an open meeting, so it's open to the public, but it's just an opportunity for the Planning Commission, since that's a board I work with, to make sure they understand Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, so it's specific to that body, but not for all of the bodies.
It's Robert's Rules of Order, which is
training,
the rules, the parliamentary rules.
Okay.
That I think probably all of the bodies use, but that's who the audience will be.
Okay.
But it won't change, right? Robert's Rules doesn't change depending on which body you're on.
And if we're doing that already so that we can maximize the use of that training, can we go ahead and send out, Madam Clerk, invitations to all the members of other boards, authorities, and commissions to participate in that training?
Yeah, that's fine. I just need the details emailed to me.
I can.
Thank
and
you.
I'll tell you that, you know, council is a little different, only because y'all have council rules, that you can amend Robert's Rules. You don't have to follow them. You can make your own rules, which y'all have done. And so if members of council comes, that's fine, but you just have to understand that there's an additional level or layer of rules that the council has to follow.
Yes. I was really just speaking to some of the other boards, authorities, and commissions. If it's a training that's taken place, several of the citizens have asked, well, when are we going to start meeting and those things? And so it sounds like the training would be a part of that and maybe can help to jumpstart those things. But if they could be included in that, that would be great.
I will get it to the clerk.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you to everybody who came out and spoke tonight. Question, Madam City Attorney, can you discuss or tell us what the role of the mayor pro tem is and when they are to step in? It's section 2-103.
There is section 2-103. The City Council shall, in January of each year, elect one of its members as Mayor Pro Tem for that year. Such member shall discharge the duties and exercise the powers and authority of mayor in the absence, disability, or disqualification of the mayor, and during a vacancy in the office of the mayor, provided that his or her rights and duties as a council member shall remain unimpaired, except that he or she shall not receive the salary and expense of a council member while receiving the salary and expense of mayor, nor shall appointment authority vest with the mayor pro tem unless there is a vacancy in the office.
So in the situation where there is a board where the mayor is absent, but the mayor pro tem is there, who is supposed to run the meeting?
It's my understanding that your boards require an appointment of their own governing authority, right? And so we went through this a couple of months ago about whether or not the mayor could serve as chair on the committees. And you'll have to forgive me, I don't exactly remember where you guys landed, but I do recall there being a conversation as to an objection as to the mayor serving as the committee chair, in addition as serving as the mayor. And so based on how the committee rules are written, It will be whoever is elected as the chair from the committee.
Okay. So if we were running the board last year, or the committee last year, when the mayor wasn't there, but the mayor pro tem presided, would that have been an incorrect way of presiding over the meeting?
Wait, so if you're running the committee, if there's a committee of the council, okay, and
the mayor is not there, and the mayor pro tem is there, if the mayor pro tem is to run the meeting, then is that not a proper way of running the meeting?
Is the mayor the chair of the committee?
So that is something that we have not been able to come to a conclusion of, but last year, the way that it was working was that the mayor pro tem would run the meeting when the mayor wasn't there. And so my question specifically is, were we doing that wrong all of last year?
I don't know. I think that we need to look at what you guys changed after you changed the whole council rules, which I'm looking up now, and whatever it was prior to that, and then answer that question. Because if the mayor was not allowed to be the chair, then the mayor pro tem wouldn't step in the mayor's absence.
And we never voted for a chair, so we don't have a chair.
So let me just interject. You shared some draft ordinance amendments for us for Budget and Finance Committee and Human Resources that were never adopted by this council.
Oh, it never got adopted.
Correct. You shared them, there was discussion, and then there was no action.
So again, apparently what we did all of last year was incorrect then, because every time that the mayor was not there, the mayor pro tem stepped in, and it wasn't a problem. And it wasn't a problem until on Tuesday, when the former mayor pro tem insisted and would not come to any kind of conclusion of anybody who would run the meeting. So, I think that we really need to talk respectfully to each other. We also need to have professional courtesy. We need to, if you're late to a meeting or if you're not going to be there, that needs to be communicated, especially to staff, because we have staff hanging around. It's really inconsiderate to have them wait around for potentially no quorum. And in these instances, like what happened on Tuesday, we really need to be respectful towards each other, because that resonates and everyone feels it, and it's very palpable. And we need to have better leadership where, this is council comments.
Yeah, I think that this should probably be.
I'm And even like this banter back and forth behind the mic, it needs to stop. We deserve better. There is a civility pledge that's written back there. We all need to adhere to it. Thank you.
I'm chimed in again.
Councilmember Martin Rogers and Councilmember Shropshire.
Yeah, and what I want to say is, Councilmember Ziegler, for the last year or so, I've watched you dress down persons of color that come at that podium.
Thank you.
Like,
Councilmember Mark Rogers, we're not getting ready to get into
you're right
racism or allegations of that.
But when we talk about civility, I think you need to take a look in the mirror first and begin with yourself. First, you started with the credit card policy. Then it was this drive of, we need transparency in government. It's all of these little dog whistles that you put people on a heightened sense of alert that don't need to be. If you have a problem with a member of council, you should address your problem with whoever the member of council is. I don't know what happened in the budget meeting, but I'm here tonight to do the people's business, and we have public comment about what happened on Tuesday. I think that it would have been civil and appropriate that if you address that with the council member instead of making it a part of your public comments. But again, time and time again, there's an adjustment for you when people do not look like you.
All right. Okay, who's next?
Point of order, Rule 7.
She's no longer talking. I'll entertain the point of order. Rule 7, you said? So while I was ending her, you said point of order. So let me go to Rule 7.
Or personal attacks, whatever that rule is.
Yeah.
So
look, no. So we're Councilmember Martin Rogers and please, it's a point of order. Per our rules, I have to entertain the point of order when it's called. All business must cease. So I'm about to read Rule 7, and then I'll address the point of order. Rule 7, members recognized. Every member prior to speaking or making a motion shall be recognized by the presiding officer and shall not proceed with his or her remarks until recognized and named by the chair. When 2 or more members request recognition, the presiding officer shall name the council member who is to speak first. Council members shall confine remarks to the subject under debate, avoiding personal comments directed at other members and refraining from impugning the motives of any other council member's comments or votes. Look, y'all, Councilmember Martin Rogers, please. Councilmember Ziegler, please. I can't do the point of order if y'all keep talking.
You act like an elementary school. Don't say anything to her.
Avoiding personal comments directing at other members and or refraining from impugning the motives of any other council member's comments or votes. No council member may interrupt another council member except to rise to a point of order, and they're still talking at this time. Like, come on, ladies. We're on the record. 2 wrongs don't make a right. So if you all want to sit up here and continue to do this as I'm trying to go through the point of order, like, I don't know who thinks they're right at this moment. So as Councilmember Martin Rogers was raising statements or making statements regarding a person's character, I interjected and said, Councilmember Martin Rogers, we're not doing that. And then she continued to talk and talked about what had been discussed in public comments as well as in previous public comments from the previous council member. Then at the end, she said something again, and I said, as I was saying, Councilmember Martin Rogers, we can't do that. Councilmember Ziegler raised the point of order, and now we're in it. And so those comments have ceased. I've addressed the comments that were made, impugning character. So at this point, in the point of order rule, do we have quorum? 3, 6, we have quorum. Point of order, Rule 13. A point of order will take precedence over all other business. The chair must recognize the council member calling a point of order. Once recognized, the council member may only quote the rule number in the rule. No discussion, explanation, or debate is allowed during a point of order. The chair will recognize the point of order and then rule as to the point of order. The council member calling for a point of order may appeal the ruling of the chair. The chair will then call for a vote to uphold the decision. So, Council Member Ziegler, I have just responded to the point of order. At this point, do you wish to overrule, appeal the ruling of the chair? At this point, do you want to appeal the ruling of the chair?
No, I think it's best to just move on, but my point of order was correct, and we just need to move on. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I'm going to make this very short. I think respect on both ends. It's respect on both ends. And I continue to say in the meeting, we have not voted on a chair. So I think a lot of times the misinformation, whatever information is put out there to make people look or appear bad in a certain way. And if you're going to talk about respect, then respect works on both ends. You have to respect each other in order to get that respect. And sometimes I see people as bullies, but that's just my thought on how things are. But you can't put out misinformation when you really don't know the full fact to what you think you may know. And I'm going to continue to say, if you want respect, respect works both ways. It's just not a one-way thing. It works both ways. And I will end it on that note.
Councilmember Ziegler, your light is still on down there. Do you? Okay. So I'm going to make a couple comments and share some announcements before we do executive session. So what? Can you turn that mic off for me? One, the Angie Stone was absolutely a friend of East Point. She shared her musical talents here at several of our Wednesday wind downs, kicking off the very first inaugural concert series. And she also not only shared her musical talents, but she also gave of her time and contributions to help the people of East Point in the ways that was mentioned earlier, our food drives and other initiatives. And so her death was sudden and tragic, and it really shocked the world. And so I encourage you to pray for peace. Join me in praying for peace, strength, and comfort for her and her family during this very difficult time of a light that shined brightly while she was here with us on earth. The Healthy Point will start March 29th and go through June 28th. The promotional material started today. You can go ahead and register. There's aerobics, total body fitness, yoga, Pilates, strength building, phys ed, some mental health session, cooking, like a lot of things to deal with health holistically. And this year we'll be adding financial literacy as a financial health component to the initiative, and people will be able to earn incentives again. And so again, that's a 90-day period of free activity definitely to being healthier. As it relates to the boards and commissions training, the city clerk and I have been trying for some time to coordinate a day and time with, or some options to bring back to council with GMA to conduct our training, so we can get like an ethics component built into that and some other training or components that they provide, but primarily like the ethics. And when City Attorney Wiggins shared with me our plans of having a training for boards and commission around Robert's Rules of Order. I thought that would be a great way to combine the efforts of us trying to provide training to boards and commission members along with that activity. And so I'm going to ask it's already been previously approved by council some time ago. I'm going to ask the city clerk to work with the city attorney to see if we can coordinate. It sounds like the city attorney is thinking like an hour, so maybe we do like a 2.5 hour option. And ideally, if we can have one like during the week in the evening and maybe on the weekend during the day to give people different time, 2 options in case people are working to be able to attend. And a part of that could include sharing the bylaws or the foundational documents for each, the statute or whatever those foundational documents or laws are for the different committees, what their duties and responsibilities are, as well as our ethics ordinance, because they are bound by ethics just as council members are, and some other key material that we can share in conjunction with that and just make that a boards and commissions training. And so if you all could work together around that. As it relates to what's happening in our nation, almost minute by minute at this point, at the federal level, that's impacting the state and local level, and the different things that are being cut literally daily. I think there have been 220 executive orders issued in 43 days of office of this new administration. Congresswoman Macbeth came to City Hall and met with me and shared that from a legislative perspective, the House there are a number of those executive orders that will not go into effect because of their legislative authority. There are some that will. She didn't say which ones would and which ones won't. I meant will and which ones won't. She also shared that Leader Hakeem Jeffries is encouraging them, the congressmen and women, to really be active and engaged in their districts and really communicate with residents about what's going on. That's the second tier of their approach. And the third is litigation. At our February 19th legislative roundtable with our federal and state legislators, the representative from Congresswoman Williams' office shared at that time there were about 76 lawsuits that had been filed. We also know that I heard either last night, this morning, I can't remember, it's all a blur, discussion about whether or not the president has to follow rulings of the court, in that discussion around that. Yes, there was a vote that passed by just one Republican vote to cut Medicaid and SNAP benefits quite substantially. There was also discussion around that, and it seemed like it didn't make it in that go-round, to cut Medicare, which impacts people 65 and older. And I think people can be right and wrong at the same time. It's right to say that at the local level, especially as electeds, but just as citizens, residents in this country, we need to be paying attention to what's happening and understand the implications. There are a number of people and organizations that's growing daily who are showing up at the offices of I'll just say, the congressmen and women and the senators who are voting in favor of these draconian laws or these draconian budget cuts and all of that. They're showing up there to voice their concern. They are convening town hall meetings with these people who are voting in that way. And what I've heard through political channels, although they don't come out publicly and say it, that some of them are going to the person who occupies the White House and is saying, look, we might need to pull back on some of this. And so that movement is growing. I think it is, the people who are present and accounted for and who vote consistently for people, that has not changed. And I'm not saying that there's not a level of engagement that's needed. But I do believe that approach of going to the people who are voting to support this, to be able to allow it to be approved. We all did civics, American government, as we were growing up in K through 12, right? And we learned that there's checks and balances in our government that should work. And I think we have to lean into it, because the people who should be checking and balancing are actually signing off and rubber stamping and holding those people accountable. So literally at the time that the public comments were given, I was taking notes because I do that while people are speaking. And while there's always an assumption that people aren't paying attention, I try to assume goodwill. Other people don't do that. But I was writing the notes that 7,900 people in East Point are enrolled in Medicaid and 3,000 households are impacted by SNAP. And I began writing as thinking about what we're doing or what we can do as a part of that discussion and taking notes on that. So at the time that the comments were made to suggest that I wasn't paying attention, again, people can make assumptions that are not true, and just because people make statements don't mean they're factual. I was writing notes about what the speaker was speaking about and the food giveaways that are happening in the city, which include the Wednesday food giveaways. I know Impact Church is doing food giveaways. I think some of our other churches are. And I think, Ms. Jessie, it may be helpful to go back to what we did when COVID first hit, which was we had a calendar that went out every week that shared with people where food was being given out. At that time, we had coordinated it to ensure that there was food being given out like almost Monday through Friday by using the different organizations who are already doing food giveaways in the city and coordinating and just sharing that information and getting it out so people will know where they can go to access food. SNAP benefits, of course, covers food stamps. Atlanta Community Food Bank, that partnership started in April of 2020, and we have continued it to today. It's like 4 years, going into 5 years almost, at least weekly on Wednesdays. And so, but again, I know that there's other organizations within the city, other churches, other people who are doing those food giveaways, and we probably as a city should compile that information so that we can share it so people are aware. I think there are things that we can do at all different levels of governments, but I think it is misplaced to start shifting the responsibility to local government. I think we need to be figuring out what we can do, how we can bridge the gaps. We're talking about substantial funding that will be cut, that will not make it to local governments. And yeah, we need to figure out what we do with that, and I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't have those conversations at the local level, but I also encourage people to join the movements of people who are showing up at the people who are voting yes on these items that are happening, that are impacting people regardless of party. Regardless, it is having a nonpartisan impact on people across this country. And there are people who are showing up in record numbers at those offices of those congressmen and women and senators, and at town hall meetings that they're having. They're calling them out, they're holding them accountable. And what I'm being told is, while it's not totally shifting the needle, it's getting back. And people are saying, hey, well, maybe you can't go that far. So we need to do all of that. And so I think the other thing was, the stormwater board. And so that ordinance section that was read says that the mayor and council actually reviewing here that decision. I don't recall and have not seen an ordinance section that establishes a stormwater commission where mayor and council are supposed to appoint them. There are some things that sometimes that don't get codified after they're passed or something like that. So we need to look into that. I don't see one now. My search was very quick. I did pull up the ordinance while it was being mentioned tonight during public comments. And it says the mayor and council will be that review within 45 days. And so that's something that you all could look into for us, because if that's the case, it doesn't mean that we can't address it. It's just how it would be addressed. Because I took notes on that too. I took notes on all of the speakers. There should be information forthcoming, additional information on the city manager and then the electric bill situation. It's very disappointing. And Ms. Jessie, I know you're in the interim and you were not are not the city manager, but we have to have audits that include people that we pay to make sure that people are checking before we're sending out bills to try to collect and impact people's access to natural resources, water, and the power that we also provide. So we have any executive session items. I have two from the discussion tonight. One would be about the P&Z rewrite, and the other one, Councilmember Butler asked, the sinkhole. So that's one of the, it's still going to be a legal discussion because there were questions about the contract. And so, I don't know, we have to make that decision at this point, but.
For executive session?
Yes.
Legal has, two that you already mentioned, but I have an additional litigation, one personnel, three real estate.
Ms. Jessie?
I have one legal.
Counsel?
Two personnel.
Which one? I just said that. Two personnel. Any other executive session for council? One. Real estate litigation and personnel. All right, we
How many?
have.
Oh.
We have 3 real estate, 4 legal, and 3 personnel.
So moved.
So we're moving properly second that we recess into executive.
You said real estate?
3 real estate, 4
Is it-
legal, and 3 personnel.
Let's add another real estate.
So go ahead and make the motion, and then I'll give you the number.
So moved.
No, the motion to recess.
Oh, motion to recess into executive session.
For 4 real estate, 4 legal, and 3 personnel.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess. You can't do that. You can't. But you can't. Oh, you know what? Motion to reconvene.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We need a motion to authorize staff to do a solicitation for the planning and zoning code rewrite.
Oh, no, I removed it.
Motion to remove item number 8 from the table.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to authorize staff to issue a solicitation for the planning and zoning code rewrite.
Second.
It's moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Personnel item that a motion needs to be made on. Councilmember Freed.
Motion to approve the revised contract for, at the same salary for Mr. Redmond Jones.
Second.
March 5th. March 3rd.
No. So the initial contract, so it was moved and seconded. We're in on discussion. Councilmember Freely moved. Councilmember Cummings seconded. At the previous salary, which was $203,200, the previous contract had a start date of March 3rd. So the motion needs to include the start date, not the March 3rd date, which would be the Sunday. Correct, but that's... Councilmember Freely.
Effective March 4th. It's March 4th now. Start date of March 5th.
Second still stands? It's been... No, it's 11:45.
Correction, March 3rd, start date of March 5th.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed?
No.
Roll call.
Councilmember Troutshire. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Atkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Martin Rogers. No. The motion passed.
Motion to approve executive session meeting minutes. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Good night, East Pointers.